Good morning, everyone. We'll start with this one question. Basic factual question from the Gupta period, which we were studying last time. With reference to the period of Gupta dynasty in ancient India, the towns Ghantasala, Khadur, and Chaul were known as. The answer online I am getting is A. What should be the answer? These were ports handling foreign trade. So the answer is A. They are ports of the Gupta period handling the foreign trade. Okay. After this, we'll go further. We have some aspects of the Gupta period which is left, which we are supposed to cover. And one is this. We did mention that there were a lot of developments in literature, science, etc. This is one list I have compiled for you of certain important literature, important texts, and the people who have written this. You can go a little further into this also, maybe looking into what this is. Please copy this list down. You have Kalidas Abhijan Shakuntalam. This is a very famous Sanskrit play. Then you have Shudrak and Mirchakatikam. See, all these texts, they have significance for us in terms of our developing our understanding of the society also. Like this particular text, this has a central character whose name is Charudatta. Charudatta is now a Brahmin who is a trader. In this particular story, he's a Brahmin, but he's involved in trade. And this is the aspect which we discussed also last time, that there is a flexibility in the one system. There is occupational flexibility. Brahmins are not just doing the job of traditionally being priests, but they are now involved, and this is there for all other ones also, that other occupations can be followed. Then you have Vishnu Datta and Panchtantra. These are moral stories with animal characters. A lot of these stories are based on the life of Buddha, but depicted in animal characters. I'm sure you've heard about पंचतंत्र. दीपक साउंड सही आ रहा है अपने को यहाँ इसमें? अच्छा आ रही है, कम आ रही है. Okay, so you have Amar Sima's Amar Kush. This is a very important Buddhist text. Then Aryabhatta's Aryabhatyam, Shushutra Samhita, Charak's Charak Samhita. These are works in science. Shushutra and Charak, they are working in the field of medicine. Here, Shushutra's work is considered to be way ahead of his times, with things like a plastic surgery which he is believed to have performed. They said he did reconstruction surgery on the nose. And also there were other methods, like he had an elaborate system of studying anatomy also, where they would take a dead body and teach his students on that. So those kinds of developments were also there. Then you have Vishakha Datta's Mudrakshra. This is actually the story of Chanakya's, remember Chanakya? So this is the description of the strategy which Chanakya made for overthrowing the Nandas. So that whole plot, that whole mechanization which was done by Chanakya, this is described in this text. And then Varaha meets Panch Siddhantika. This is again a work in science. Okay, let's go ahead. इतना टाइम तो दिया मैंने साउंड के चक्कर में. After this, we will be talking about religion and aspects of religion. So I told you a few things about how religion is changing, particularly the Vedic religion, which is changing during this time period. And I've mentioned two words about that, that is reform and revival. So we'll see reform and revival from the previous periods, like the Kushan period is the last period we talk about, and there we had mentioned that it was about Buddhism and propagation of Buddhism. Now we'll have coming of Vedic practices again being followed by the kings, and that is developing in more simplified forms so that there would be greater acceptance of that tradition by the people. So you have revival of Vedic tradition. There are religious practices like yagnas which were performed earlier, like the Ashwamedh Yagna. We have evidences of those being performed by the king. However, what is happening is that the emphasis overall on sacrifices and rituals is reducing. This was one difficulty in the religion, which was something which not all people could follow or practice. So during this time period, one of the reforms you can say which is happening is that there is less emphasis on rituals, less emphasis on the sacrifices which were performed, and the idea of religion is developing around the concept of bhakti. Bhakti or devotion. Those are the ideas which are developing here. So, the devotion is supposed to be practiced through various means, and one of them could be like singing hymns to the different deities. That was the idea which was coming in for the first time during this time period. And these hymns would mostly be taken up in the temples. So there is beginning of temple building, and the Gupta period is known to have started the idea of the northern style of temple architecture. You'll study the different styles of temple architecture in your art and culture portion. So that northern style which we have, that has developed under the Guptas. So there would be temples which would be constructed, and there would be idol worship as a form of this whole idea of devotion or bhakti which is coming up. In terms of worship, in terms of deities, the three main lines of worship was the worship of Vishnu, Shiva and Shakti. This is a concept, or this is the basic premise of Hinduism even today. So we say this thing that in a lot of ways, the way practices of Hinduism developed, their base is from this period. The religion as we know today, it has come from this period, and that is the significance of it. The kings themselves were practicing, and in that sense, they were also promoting it. Most of the Gupta kings, they were worshippers of Lord Vishnu. But nevertheless, we see their coins having evidences of, all the different forms, all different deities. And during this time period, we know that all of these have developed and all of these have been practiced. Okay, this is the concept of religion, right? Let's write a little bit about this. This is a period, this is a period where revival of revival of Vedic tradition is seen. The kings performed the kings performed religious sacrifices. The kings performed religious sacrifices like Ashwamedh Yagna, like Ashwamedh Yagna, though these were though these were less common less common as compared to the Vedic age. As compared to the Vedic age. The emphasis on rituals and sacrifices reduced emphasis on rituals and sacrifices reduced, and the idea of bhakti or devotion and prayer through hymns became important. Prayers through hymns became important. The Gupta kings gave donations for temple building, and idol worship was practiced. Now we'll talk about one very significant aspect. We have mentioned the coins earlier also. We have discussed about the coins, their significance. This is just going to be a summarization of that. So the information which we get from coins, one thing I told you was that with the number of coins, we get to know the status of the economy. How many coins are there, or in what proportion coins are being issued, that would tell how prosperous the economy is. And that is what we see for this period also, that towards the end, when it is, you can say, the decline of Gupta period, we see less and less number of coins, which means that their influence over trade, over economy is reducing. In coins, what we know for them is that they issued a large number of gold coins, which further explains how prosperous they were, because we discussed that this is a larger domain coin. This is a larger value coin. So having this larger value coin means that the economy needs that because of the flourishing or the large amount of trade which it is going through. Then of course the region. Who is the founder of the Gupta dynasty? Sri Gupta, right? So for Sri Gupta, we know that the coins were found only in that region around Patliputra. That is their original region. So his territorial extent can be found out from those coins. After this, after the decline also, after the decline of this major rule, we still have the later Guptas controlling that region of Patliputra. So again, how we'll know that is that their coins would be limited to that region. For different kings, we can get an idea of their territorial extent from the coins. Then we come to know about the names and titles. We Gupta kings, we know they were famous for taking grand titles. So that aspect we get from their coins. Then we have the idea of religion and images of different gods and goddesses on our coins, which again tell us that what was popular during this time period. And the images which they have, they are very similar to the images which we have today. Like you have the image of goddess Lakshmi, you have the image of goddess Durga, and Durga is riding the lion. This is very similar. This is exactly like the image which we have now. So these images were created and popularized during this period. Then you have one coin with the image of Garud. This is the vehicle of Lord Vishnu. This is depicted in one of the coins, and this gives an idea of the popularity of Vaishnavism or the practice of worship of Lord Vishnu during this time period. So such things can be correlated with socio-religious practices. Then we have the Ashwamedh Yagna coin. That's how we know that they were practicing these rituals. We've mentioned this in religion. This coin belongs to Samudragupta. Then there is one coin, again a Samudragupta period coin, which has tiger being depicted. So the correlation which is drawn with the tiger is that during this time period, tiger was known only in the eastern part of the country. So having tiger being depicted just goes on to say that the extent of Samudragupta's empire was till those eastern regions because of the tiger being present. That's how historians are going to interpret whatever number of or various coins have been found. And then we mentioned Kumara Devi coin. So Kumara Devi and her significance, her position gives an idea of the status of women or the high position of women, because before this there is no evidence of a female being depicted on a coin. Okay. Coinage for Gupta period is very, very important, as this is one of the main sources for our understanding of the Gupta period. They have other things also. They have literature, they have inscriptions, they have everything. But coins, because they have been found in various different types and a very large number, this holds a lot of importance. Okay. Let's write about the coins. The Gupta rulers, the Gupta rulers issued a issued a large number of coins, issued a large number of coins made of gold, silver, made of gold, silver, and copper. Made of gold, silver, and copper. They were known to have issued, they were known to have issued the largest number, the largest number of gold coins which indicates the prosperity of the prosperity of the traders and merchants, the traders and merchants during this time period. The coins recovered from different parts of the country, also indicate the territorial extent of the empire under different rulers, of the empire under this of the empire under different rulers during this period. The paucity of coins, or the reduced number of coins, during the later periods shows the decline of trade, and control over a smaller territory. Control over a smaller territory. The coins have been issued. In the names of different kings. The coins have been issued in the names of different kings, and their titles have also been mentioned. Their titles also have been mentioned. Religious practices like Ashwamedh Yagna, performed by Samudragupta, performed by Samudragupta, and the different forms of worship, the different forms of worship can also be studied through these coins. Can also be studied through these coins. Images of goddess Lakshmi, goddess Durga, Garud, which is the, or who is the vehicle of Lord Vishnu, have been depicted on the Gupta coins. A tiger coin of Samudragupta, the tiger coin of Samudragupta points towards his control over the eastern part where tiger was found. High position of women in the society, can be observed from the coins issued in the name of Queen Kumaradevi. Coins issued in the name of Queen Kumaradevi. Now the last part here. How did this extensive empire come to an end? The decline of the Gupta Empire. Okay, so first point here is reduce trade with Rome. So we've been talking about how trade with Rome was significant, and one of the chief products which we were trading around was silk. So silk was coming from China. It was a raw silk which was coming from China, and the manufacture of silk textile, that was something which was learned and which was known now in India. So they would get raw silk from China, make textile, and then send it to Rome. That was what was happening. But as we mentioned earlier, that Rome did not have any commodities or any products to give in return. So what was Rome giving in place of this? Gold, right? So ultimately, Rome decided, or Rome thought कि खुद ही सीख लेते हैं, बहुत खर्चा हो रहा है. So they learned how to make silk. And with that development happening, there was a decline in the trade. Because if the chief commodity is not going to be traded, then other goods have a smaller share. So that also becomes less. So there was a reduced trade with Rome, and for all political systems, you need a very strong economic support for them to flourish. That's why we keep talking about every successful empire in terms of how rich they were from trade. So, with that declining, that became one of the reasons why the Gupta Empire declined. After this, the next thing is the attack of a tribe from Central Asia, which is the Huns. So Huns, they are again like the foreign dynasties which we studied earlier in the postmodern period. For them also, they wanted to go to China, and China they couldn't go into, like what happened earlier. So then they heard about India कि अच्छा यहाँ पे भी बहुत माल है, यहाँ चलते हैं. And Huns went on to give a number of attacks. There were a series of attacks by these Hun tribes over the later Gupta rulers. So rulers like Kumara Gupta or Sakhand Gupta after that, they were able to tackle the Huns. They were not defeated by the Huns. Sakhand Gupta did defeat the Huns, but the problem was that they kept on coming again and again. And those series of attacks meant that the Gupta ruler now had to spend a lot of money and a lot of attention had to be given to counter those attacks. So that ultimately weakened the empire. And Huns were finally able to successfully establish their place. They became rulers of the northern part of the country. So Kashmir, Punjab, these became territories of Huns. So they finally came and settled. And in the attacks which they had before being before settling here, that was something we point out as that this weakened the empire. Even when they did not defeat the Gupta rulers, but it did make them weaker. Then small independent rulers. This we have discussed when we spoke about the administrative political system, that the provinces here are more independent. The governors are more independent than they were in before this in any point in history. Now, because of that, when the king will be weak, they will become more strong. एक तो normally pattern administration का ये है that the provinces have more independence. The provinces have more control in their areas. But now, if the king also is becoming weak, then they can further become stronger in a way that they will be able to assert their independence. Ki now we are independent, we are no longer a part of this territory. So fragmentation can take place, and that's what happened here also. Last point, of course, weaker successors. They were not able to hold power. They continued to run a large administration even when they did not have the resources to do that. So that was a financial burden also. And as such, politically also, they couldn't control their territory, leading to the decline of the Gupta period. So, very long, extensive history, 200 years, but after that they decline. But Guptas do not see a complete vanishing from India. They will continue back. Patliputra is there, Magad is there, and they'll continue to rule that region even after this. The time period for their decline or for their peak or the prominent period we have mentioned as 550 AD. 550 AD के बाद भी, however, they'll continue as later Guptas in Magad. ठीक है? Let's write. First point, as compared to the direct rule of the Mauryan kings, as compared to the direct rule of the Mauryan kings, direct control of the Guptas was over a smaller area. Was over a smaller area. Smaller kingdoms, smaller kingdoms paid tributes, paid tributes to the kings, but were not directly but were not directly under the Guptas. The kings of some of these regions, the kings of some of these regions later on broke off and became independent. Broke off and became independent. Next, after Chandragupta II, there were a series of weak kings. There were a series of weak kings who were not able to control the power, who were not able to control the power, and internal conflicts further destabilized the administration. Next, to add to their troubles, India was attacked by the nomadic people Huns, who came from Central Asia, They first tried to attack China. But were driven back. Hearing about the wealth of India, they attacked northern India. Repeatedly. These attacks weakened the Gupta Empire. And the Huns finally became the rulers of Punjab and Kashmir. Finally became the rulers of Punjab and Kashmir. Last point. The Roman Empire, learning to make silk, the Roman Empire learning to make silk was a blow to the silk trade with Rome, and this greatly reduced the financial prosperity of the Guptas. Okay, now the Guptas are gone. Let's see what's happening in India. So we have a time period they mentioned here, 590 AD. So the large unified integrated empire has gone, and that means we are in a situation where we will have a fragmented political system. We've already spoken about how provinces were independent, so they would break up into their own kingdoms and different dynasties would be coming in. So starting from South India, you have Chedas, Pandyas, and two new prominent kingdoms coming up. One is the Pallavas and the second is the Chalukyas. So after Sangam age, we can talk about this as the post-Sangam age if we talk about South India, and that is going to be dominated by these two new kingdoms. Then you have other smaller kingdoms there. Kalinga is there, Kalachuri is there, here Maitrikas are there. All of these ruled their own smaller regions for some point of time, and you have the later Guptas continuing their control over Patliputra. Okay, this we have just now mentioned. So this region mainly would still stay in their control after that Gupta Empire period. Then you have mockeries here and the Huns in the north. Okay, we just now mentioned about them. So Punjab, Kashmir, this region in the north, we have the Huns establishing their empire. One specifically known or one dynasty which is going to flourish from here is the Pushyabhutis. So Pushyabhutis, they are starting their rule from a very small place called Thanesar in Haryana. And from there, one particular person from this empire, who is Harshvardhan or Harsha, he is now going to consolidate the empire, and that is, you can say, going to be the last time we will see some kind of unification in ancient India. Okay, we are approaching a time period where this is going to be considered the end of ancient India. So ancient India period mein, the last unification which has happened would be happening under Harshvardhan, and he is a Pushyabhuti king. He's not the founder or anything. Pushyabhutis have been ruling. Pushyabhutis were one of the dynasties in this time period of the fragmented political system. But from there, this person, he is able to consolidate almost the whole of North Indian region. South mein to this will continue, Chalukya Pallava system. But northern area, where all these smaller dynasties are there, that will be consolidated by him. So this is the next thing which would be happening. Of course, there is a there is some gap between Guptas and between coming of Harsha. But nevertheless, this is the next point or next dynasty which we will be looking at. So Pushyabhuti dynasty mein Harsha, and then Chalukyas and Pallavas. These are the three next dynasties or next rule which we are going to be talking about. So starting with Harshvardhan. See, for all three of these, now see, exact years for so many dynasties, you might not be able to remember. But broader timelines you should know कि कौन सा time period है, कौन सा year चल रहा है. So for Harsha becoming prominent, for Chalukyas, for Pallavas, the year or the timeline which we are talking about is somewhere around 600 AD. Okay, that's the time period we have reached. Roughly, just remember this, 600 AD is the time period, and the prominent aspect of India at this point of time, around 600 AD, is consolidation of North India under Harsha, and in South, two kingdoms, Chalukyas and Pallavas. Okay, so let's start with Harshvardhan. So 606 to 647 AD. This is his time period. The dynasty is Pushyabhuti dynasty, or it is also called Vardhan dynasty. This is the dynasty which was originally ruling from a place called Thanesar in Haryana. And then when Harsha comes into prominence, he brings out a new city, which is the city of Kannauj. Kannauj will become very important for India. Kannauj is going to have a lot of prestige even after Harsha is gone. Harsha's rule is significant as the last mark of unification in the ancient Indian period. Now, this place, Kannauj, strategic significance is, it is in the Ganga region, and this we have now mentioned so many times. Anything around the river is going to be important. Why? Fertile land, means of transportation, communication, agriculture, water supply, all of these. Plus, Kannauj is located on the trading route. So the internal trading route of India that goes around Kannauj. So trading routes also we've been mentioning. Anybody who controls the trading route means he can extract revenue from that. That is a source of income. So that would be the position of Kannauj. Let's see his extent, his empire also. This is what he has been able to consolidate. Okay, of course, this is nothing in comparison to what Guptas had or what the Mauryans had, but nevertheless, almost the whole of North India, he has been able to consolidate. In this, what happens is that this is the extent of river Narmada. Okay, the extent to which his empire is able to go into is the river Narmada, and he wants to go, obviously, you know, if somebody has been able to consolidate this much region, he would want to go beyond that also. So he wants to go to South India, he tries also, but he is defeated. So this river Narmada, this becomes his borderline. His rule extends till the boundary of river Narmada and doesn't go beyond that. In his consolidation or in his empire, we see this as a significant point because, as I've mentioned, this is the last such large unified empire. So because of that, this location of Kannauj is going to be very, very important. Okay. Kannauj will hold that prestige because of Harsha, because of the unification. However, in terms of administration, there are some changes which we see. And these changes will further consolidate in your medieval period. There is a term which we are going to be using, which is feudalism or feudal character. So you might have come across this word somewhere. Anybody can tell me something about feudalism? Okay, land. One main premise is that it goes around the land as an asset as compared to money or cash. The transactions here are based on land. Okay. This concept was more prominent in Europe. That's where the idea has come up. But in India also, we have our own understanding or own aspect of feudal character developing. Let me tell you first about how things were happening in Europe. So, feudalism mein there are three layers. One is the lord or overlord, we'll say. This is what we can understand as the king or the main central authority. After this, next level is that of a lord, and the last level is a vassal. This we can understand as the peasant or the ground level worker, anything. Now, feudalism or feudal character is around ownership of land. So what happens? The king or the overlord assigns some land regions to different people. Different people will be given different areas, different regions, and they will hold the land rights to those regions. What they are supposed to do? These people are the lords, given different areas. These lords are now supposed to collect revenue from there. They are supposed to maintain decorum. They are supposed to maintain law and order administration. Everything is under their control. To an extent that for this vassal, the lord is most important person. इसके लिए या जो ground पे जो peasant है, it doesn't really make a difference who is the king or what the king is doing because he will have no interface with the king. For him, this lord, this person is going to be the most important. And in this three-tier system, this is the level which holds maximum significance because they are almost autonomous in their regions. Now, think of this in the concept of India in terms of the king, and then you can think of, provincial chiefs or provincial governors, right? Or maybe after not just the province, but smaller regions, maybe chiefs which have been given land to take care of, and then there would be peasants at the ground level who are going to be managed by these chiefs. So the transactions happening here in terms of revenue, in terms of any asset, that would be happening through land. Like the king, for management, he's not going to give money or cash or salary to anybody, but he's giving land to everybody. कि ये land दे रहा हूँ, अपना अपना land देख लो, उसमें से revenue ले लो. Yeah, this is how it's going to work. This is the concept of feudalism. And we see the coming of this feudal character in starting point is going to be Harsha's territory, and this practice will continue in the medieval India also. How we know this or what are the evidences of this? One evidence is we have very few coins of Harsha. Okay, he held a large territory, but because of this feudal character, individually different regions were having control, and there was a very small part which he was directly ruling. So his coins are less and found in a very small region, despite the fact that his territorial extent was larger. So these chiefs, they were holding their own regions, they were managing it through land, and they would be the ones who will be contributing to the main army. That was also their job, along with revenue collection, maintenance of law and order. They would have to maintain some segment of the army also, which would join the imperial army. So that kind of a concept is there. One comparison of Kannauj, if we talk about the significance of Kannauj, the comparison of Kannauj is made with Patliputra. Patliputra, in that sense, signifies a very strong centralized rule, where the control is with the king. Because Patliputra first came out as the Mauryan capital. And for Mauryans, we say highest level of centralization is seen. Kannauj in that sense, and then from Kannauj going into medieval India, we see more of feudal character being developing. So if we are comparing Patliputra and Kannauj, this is the point which we are going to make. And we also talk about this time period as a transition from ancient to medieval India, because feudal character is now a prominent aspect of medieval Indian history. Okay, so we talk about this empire particularly, and this time period is that as that transition period. Okay, transition from very high centralization to feudalism. Okay, where transactions or emphasis is around land. Okay. The other aspect of significance when we talk about Harsha and his empire is in the coming of one Chinese traveler. We had another Chinese traveler earlier, Fa Hien. Which empire did Fa Hien come to? Which ruler's court? Chandragupta II. Okay. Now this is another traveler, same logic, Chinese pilgrim influenced by Buddhism, wants to come, see the land of Buddha, study scriptures, take scriptures with him, and again he goes back to leave an account of his description of India. Huinsang's account is more elaborate as compared to Fa Hien's account, and observations are also different. The observations of these two people is going to give us the idea of a comparison of Gupta period and this period of Harshvardhan. So basic administration as such, everything is same. But what Huinsang has mentioned is that the state of law and order is not very good. So what happens to poor Huinsang is that when he's going back, he's robbed on the way. Okay, so that experience he has mentioned, that the roads are not safe. He talks about other aspects also, like there were taxation, there was custom duties which were supposed to be paid, and then the previous aspects of how people live in harmony, common brotherhood, all those things are there. But this is one thing which he mentions that, which is different from Fa Hien's observation, because Fa Hien had mentioned that people are honest, law-abiding, law and order is well maintained, and he has given this contrast that law and order is not up to date in this territory. He has a very strong influence on Harsha. He spends many years in the court of Harsha, and Harsha becomes a follower of Buddhism under his influence. There is this biographical account of Harsha by one of his court poets, Bhana Bhatt, which is called Harsha Charitra. That is one very important source for us to understand Harsha and his time period, his developments. And himself he is known or he is believed to have written these three plays: Priyadarsika, Ratnavali, and Naganand. So this is one extra point for Harsha. ठीक है? Let's write about Harshvardhan. Pushyabhuti dynasty's most important ruler. 606 to 647 AD. With the decline of the Gupta period, North India split up into several kingdoms. Gradually, one of these dynasties ruling from Thanesar extended its authority over northern India. This was the Pushyabhuti dynasty. Which became prominent under Harshvardhan. He ruled from his new capital at Kannauj. The rule of Harsha marks the coming of feudal age The rule of Harsha marks the coming of feudal age in North India just as Patliputra represents the pre-feudal order. Patliputra represents the pre-feudal order. This reign is an example of transition from ancient to medieval times. Harsha governed his kingdom on the same lines as did the Guptas. On the same lines as did the Guptas. But his administration was more decentralized. His administration was more decentralized. The ministers and high officers, the ministers and high officers were paid with land grants, were paid with land grants, and this explains why we do not have many coins issued by the king. We do not have many coins issued by the king. Every feudatory or feudal lord, you can write, every feudatory contributed his quota of foot soldiers, and horses. So infantry and cavalry, two sections of the army. Foot soldiers and horses, which added to the central army. Which added to the central army. The history of Harsha's rule can be reconstructed from the study of Harsh Charitra written by the court poet Bana Bhatt. The Chinese pilgrim Huinsang visited India and spent many years in Harsha's court. It was under his influence that Harsha became a supporter of Buddhism. Huinsang's account mention that the law and order was not well maintained, was not well maintained, although severe punishments, although severe punishments were given for various crimes. And the last part of these plays, Harsha is remembered. Harsha is remembered for writing three plays. Harsha is remembered for writing three plays. And then you can write the names of the plays. Priyadarsika, Ratnavali and Naganand. I'm not very sure, I can't recollect the name. Maybe you can check, right? Definitely not Harsha. That is the thing. आप चेक कर लेना एक बार, नाम मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा. He had successors. This is not really marking an end, but again, prominence ये नहीं है. ठीक है? A lot of these kingdoms during this period, what was happening was, even when the larger empire is declining and some other dynasties coming into prominence, they would like still continue but become feudatories or feudal lords under smaller regions of that bigger empire. That kind of a continuity we see for a lot of dynasties during this period. Okay, you take this one city and you can continue your, or some villages would be given, something like that. But of course, Kannauj was lost. That's going to go into other dynasties. We'll see that also. But definitely don't say that this is the end. Okay. Deepak, who is the founder of Pushyabhuti dynasty? अभी ढूंढ ही लेते हैं, आया तो. Next, same time period, but in South India, the Chalukyas and Pallavas, which I've told you, we'll talk about that. And here, what we are going to see is that these are following the Vedic tradition. These are these dynasties, they will be practicing the different rituals, different concepts, and temple building is going to be very, very important. Okay, so we have a name. It is Naravardhan. Okay, so Vardhan dynasty. Achha, everybody has found out. Somebody is telling Pushyamitra Shung. That's being creative. That's why I sometimes feel ki unless you're not sure, you should not answer a question like this. Okay. So the significance of these dynasties is in the art of temple making. Their evidences, their existence is most prominently known through the coming of temples or the grand temples which they have built. In South India, temple making is flourishing as an art, and this in a way is also the, you can say, way in which the kings are going to show how much wealth they have or how successful they are. This is going to be the significance of temples. So the more prosperous a kingdom is, the larger the temple they are going to build, just to showcase their wealth, just to showcase their prestige. And these temples then, They will become very important social and economic centers also, as we see the idea developing further. So for both Chalukyas and Pallavas, they are building temples, and that is going to be the examples of temples or temple style of architecture. That is the part which will need more focus from you. Of course, in continuation of history, we're going to talk about them, talk about different developments which are uh, maybe unique to them. But the important point, or you can say if we have to talk about question kaisa aa sakta hai, so that's mainly going to be in the temple. A lot of the temples in this period, in this region, they're UNESCO World Heritage Sites also. So in that sense, those architectural aspects are more important. Chalukyan region, this you can see here, and like I told you, that Harshvardhan's empire extended till Narmada, so this would be his border, and he is actually defeated by the Chalukyas when he's trying to come southward. So it is the Chalukyan empire which is there, which kind of stops or defeats Harshvardhan. Below this is the territory of Pallavas. I'll show you that map also. Okay. So, यहाँ पे this would be Chalukyan territory. Below this is the Pallava territory. Again, they are arch rivals. They are in conflict, and the conflicting region is the Krishna Tungabhadra Doab. Okay, so you have Krishna Tungabhadra. Now see, this is two rivers and the region between them. So again, you know all the important points of the river region, fertile resources, and South India it is more important because this is a plateau region. They as such do not have a lot of alluvial deposits or fertile soil. So any region of the rivers, that is very, very important. And Krishna Tungabhadra Doab is the zone of contention between these two dynasties. Okay, so Chalukyas and Pallavas, they keep fighting over having more access to this Doab region. And even in medieval India, when you go on and study Vijayanagar Empire, Bahmani Kingdom, there also this region only will be the zone of contention or the dividing line. Again, because this means access to more resources. In terms of religious, social practices, almost similar, like Vedic tradition, and those aspects are there. Temple building is there for both of them. And they will continue to rule over this region. So we can talk of this as the post-Sangam period. Do you remember Sangam period? Which were the dynasties in Sangam age? Cholas, Chedas, Pandyas, right? ठीक है. Time period 3rd century BC to 3rd century AD, prominent period. उसके बाद smaller kingdoms, smaller regions, those kind of things. And this we can mark as post-Sangam. Here you have Chalukyas and Pallavas. In some aspect, out of these three, we say Pandyas continued in some form, right? They would still have some proper territory here, but the prominent ones are going to be Pallavas and Chalukyas. The kind of questions which we have seen in the last few years, which are coming, of course, temples, I have told you, temples will always be important. But the other thing which UPSC is now asking, particularly last 2-3 years, is they are asking you to match the ruler to the dynasty. They're not asking any facts. As such, no significant change has happened when it comes to socio-economic life or administrative aspects. The same ideas are continuing as before. But so that kind of detail, nobody is asking. But this is what they are asking. Ruler dete, 4 rulers they'll give you, 4 dynasties they'll give you. And they'll ask which ruler belongs to which dynasty. इस पैटर्न के क्वेश्चंस अभी 2-3 बार आ गए. So this is something you can work on. So for each dynasty, of course, there is going to be one ruler which is going to be important. Mostly there's just one. But any other names also which you can remember with a dynasty, that is going to be helpful. Just the name. We don't need details. We don't need time periods. ठीक है, I've mentioned this for you, but otherwise बहुत ज़्यादा इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है. But the name and the dynasty, if you can remember, that would be good. For this dynasty, the most important ruler is Pulakeshin II. Time period देखो इसका. वैसे तो this dynasty is starting from before, but again 609. So that's why I told you roughly 600 याद रखो. हर्षा, पल्लवा, चालुक्य तीनों के लिए. So he is most important ruler. Why? Because of the success of his battles. So he has defeated Harsha also. He goes on to defeat the Pallavas also, arch rivals. So this is one significance. Then in terms of historic source, there is this Ehol inscription. This inscription gives a description of their style of temple making. And in the sense of another aspect, during this time period, we'll see the development of different southern Indian languages. Like Tamil we discussed earlier, Sangam literature mein we had Tamil. Here for this inscription, you have Kannada script being used. The language is still Sanskrit. Okay, Sanskrit language, but the script is Kannada. Okay, that is the significance of this temple, this particular inscription. ठीक है? Okay, so religion. There, see, even when we say they are doing temple making, or even when we talk about the aspect that they are themselves following Vedic tradition and rituals and all those things, but even with that, there is a practice with these rulers of being very tolerant to all other religious practices also. We see Buddhism, we see Jainism, which are still flourishing and continuing in their territories, despite whatever is the personal inclination of the kings. Okay, so that point you keep in mind. Okay. For any coastal territories, we keep pointing out to the fact that there is going to be trade. ठीक है, जहाँ पे भी coastal location है, we always talk about trade. And this particular empire also, if we talk about Chalukyas, they had trade connections beyond India also. They had trade connections with regions as far as till Iran, then Southeast Asia. And it is basically the trade which is getting them money to construct the temples. That is the important correlation. ठीक है? Let's write. First we'll write about Chalukyas. The Chalukyas ruled parts of southern and central India, parts of southern and central India, and reached their peak, reached their peak under Pulakeshin II. Reached their peak under Pulakeshin II. He succeeded in getting a submission. He succeeded in getting a submission from Cholas, Chedas, and the Pandya kings. From Cholas, Chedas, and the Pandya kings. He also defeated King Harsha of Kannauj. He also defeated King Harsha of Kannauj, who was not able to extend his territory beyond the river Narmada. He also defeated the Pallava king. You can write the name, we'll talk about him. Mahendra Varman. Chalukyas practiced Vedic tradition. Chalukyas practiced the Vedic tradition, but at the same time were very tolerant of Buddhism and Jainism. At the same time, were very tolerant of Buddhism and Jainism. They had trade connections. With Iran, Arabia, and even Southeast Asia. They were patrons of art. And gave large sums of money. They were patrons of art and gave large sums of money for building temples. Information about Pulakeshin II is available from the Aihole inscription. written by Ravi Kirti, written by Ravi Kirti in Sanskrit, in Sanskrit using the Kannada script. Using the Kannada script. Along with the achievements of the king, along with the achievements of the king, this inscription also talks about temple architecture. Then Pallavas, we'll write about Pallavas. So Pallavas are now ruling from a place called Kanchi. Okay. See, Pallavas, for them, there is one very interesting point of how they are starting. So Sangam period mein, along with those three dynasties, if you remember, we also have the Satvanas, right? Almost same period. So Satvanas are also there, extending from south, the central part. So these Pallavas, they are actually, feudatories or officers under Satvanas. So from there, they have risen to become the rulers, or they are taking a large territory under their control. Now, because of this position from which they have come, there's a lot of opposition against them. So, from of course the Satvanas first, and then the neighbors Chalukyas also. One reason why they are not liked, or why their rise is something which is not welcomed, is because of the status from which they are coming. That's one problem. However, they are successful. Kanchi is their capital, which becomes a very important center for Tamil and Sanskrit both, for development of these languages. This is, and for as a learning center, Kanchi is very successful. The Pallavas, along with of course their temple building, this Pallavas, their temple style is what is going to become the base of, or the starting point of, the Dravida style of temple architecture. The most prominent South Indian style, Dravida style, that has started under the Pallavas. So places like Mahabalipuram, okay, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, they have structures, they have temples which are built by the Pallavas. So that is Pallava contribution in the development of that style. Along with that, again, Vedic sacrifices. They would also be giving land grants to Brahmins. That's one more thing which they do. Then the point of the contention or zone of conflict with Chalukyas, that is their Krishna Tungabhadra region. In terms of rulers, we have Mahendravarman, we have Narasimhavarman I and Narasimhavarman II. All of these three rulers, they are very important, and the significance which each of them has is developing the Dravida style of temple architecture. Well, you will study the evolution of temple architecture. You will talk about this fact that under each of these, there is a specific development which has taken. Like earlier, we had monolithic temples, rock cut temples, then you had more structural temples, Ratha temples. You'll study about all of that. But each of these rulers individually has contributed to that development, which is the main point for them. Okay. So we'll write about them, then we'll take a break. Please write. Pallavas. Here again you can see the timeline for these important rulers around 600. Okay, that's what you need to remember. Okay. Pallavas began as began as officers of officers of the Satvana kings, officers of the Satvana kings. But after the decline of Satvanas, after the decline of Satvanas, they became local rulers. They became local rulers. They extended their authority. They extended their authority over parts of southern Andhra and northern Tamil Nadu. Parts of southern Andhra and northern Tamil Nadu. They set up their capital. They set up their capital at Kanchi, and it became an important center for Tamil and Sanskrit learning. It became an important center for Tamil and Sanskrit learning. Pallavas were known for their Vedic sacrifices. And they granted numerous villages as land grants to the Brahmins. Pallavas had a long-ranging struggle. Pallavas had a long-ranging struggle with the Chalukyas for the supremacy over Krishna Tungabhadra fertile Dwab. Dwab. I'd written that Dwab, D-O-A-B, the region between two rivers, Doab. They built many temples. And helped in developing the Dravida style of temple architecture. Dravida style of temple architecture. So there are different styles of temple architecture which you're going to study. Pallavas ke liye there is this Dravida style. Chalukyas ke liye we have the Vesara style. This is their contribution. Of course, other dynasties also contribute to that same style, but this is one point of difference. Okay. Let's take a break, then we'll continue. This is a recent UPSC question. Not this year, the year before that, 21, I think. And this is an easy question. If you work out the options, UPSC has really helped you out, but this was a scary question, so a lot of people did not go on to attempt this. And such questions actually tend to demotivate people for other questions also. कि कितना मुश्किल पेपर बनाया है, क्या पूछ लिया. ठीक है. So try this question with the help of the options. I'm sure you should be able to solve this. B, C. Okay, so I'm getting B and C online also. Now the first problem with this question was when people started solving is कि एक तो 6 नाम देख के वैसे ही टेंशन में, उसमें से सब नाम सुने भी ना हो तो और फर्दर टेंशन. यूजुअली इन व्हाट वी सी यूपीएससी में 6 ऑप्शन तो होते ही नहीं. मोस्ट क्वेश्चंस इवन इन क्वेश्चंस लाइक साइंस वाला या एनवायरमेंट वाला दे हैव 5 ऑप्शंस. तो एक तो 6 is already like too much, too many things they have asked. And then dynasties and time periods, a lot of this kind of becomes overwhelming. But this question, the way they have framed the options, and there are no overlapping options here, so this is not that difficult a question as it seems to be in appearance. Let's read. From the decline of Guptas until the rise of Harshvardhan in the early 7th century, which of the following kingdoms were holding power in northern India? So they are talking about a period where we say decline of the Gupta Empire, and the second is coming of Harshvardhan. In between this, what has happened? One, and then they have the options. Guptas of Magadh, Parmars of Malwas, Pushyabhuti of Thanesar, Mokris of Kannauj, Yadavs of Devgiri, and Metrikas of Vallabhi. Now, गुप्ता और हर्षवर्धन दो चीजें तो दी हुई हैं, तो पहले तो वो दो चीजें ऑप्शंस में भी दी हुई हैं, वो ढूंढनी है. हर्षवर्धन का डायनेस्टी कौन सा है? व्हाट इज हर्षवर्धन डायनेस्टी? Pushyabhuti. We know he is not the first one, right? So before his rise, Pushyabhutis were already there in Thanesar. So एक तो हमें चाहिए Pushyabhuti अपने आंसर में. So find options which have Pushyabhutis. ठीक है, B and C. This is the answer which I have got online also. Now in B and C, there is a difference in the options. Like 4 is there, 4 का problem solve हो गया. 3 is there. 3 is what we picked up. Now the other options are 1, 6 or 2. So 1 is Gupta's, 2 is Parmar's and 6 is Maitrika's. अब इसमें से Gupta's तो हमें पता होना चाहिए, ठीक है? Even if we've not heard about all these dynasties, Gupta's we know. And this we keep talking about Guptas also, that they have started from this region of Magadh, and after the decline of the Gupta Empire, they still continue to rule as later Guptas back in that small region from Patliputra. ठीक है? तो Guptas also will be there. That gives us the answer. 1, 3, 4 and 6. ठीक है? From this question, the learning which you have or which you need is that these are the kind of questions which are going to give you the edge. इसमें सिर्फ एक presence of mind चाहिए to solve this and to have the patience of treating every question and every option on its merit. If you get scared of a question like this and then declare कि पेपर बहुत मुश्किल है, तो ये क्वेश्चन तो छूटेगा, साथ में 4 और खराब होंगे. That is what you don't need to do. That is what you have to learn from the prelims perspective. See, in this section, in ancient India, there can be a lot of things which they can ask, which will not be from anywhere, which you wouldn't have heard about. But even without that, even in the range which you know, even in the basic foundational region, there are questions which can be formatted in a difficult manner, like this particular question. तो जब आपको गुप्तास के बारे में भी पता है, पुष्यभूतिस के बारे में भी पता है, this question should have been correct for everybody. Okay, this is what we don't want to miss. This is what is going to give us that edge of going comfortably across the cutoff. ठीक है? If we don't know something, suppose we don't know about metricas, we've never heard, and the question is exclusively on metricas, तो वो तो हमें छोड़ना ही पड़ेगा. ठीक है? That we will leave. But this is not that kind of a question. This is only solving type of question that you solve. There are options to help you, and you must get this right. And the more number of questions you practice and the elimination technique, if you use them, you will be comfortable in questions like this, which a lot of people did not attempt or do not attempt in the exam. ठीक है? तो ये questions नहीं miss होने चाहिए. Vetrikas of Vallabhi, if you don't know, this is still permissible कि हाँ कोई बात नहीं. This is off range. But Gupta पे question छूट जाए ऐसा, वो भी basic where they're not asking you any fact, that is not something which you can excuse yourself once you have the basic level of preparation. So this should be the target. Rather than thinking कि अब मैं इन 6 dynasties पे extensive research करूँगा because they have been asked. So rather than that exercise, or thinking ki now all these things I must be knowing, you need to know how to solve questions. You need to be very calm and you need to be confident about the things which you know. In this subject, there's always a scope of adding more content. Jitna marzi add kar lo, theek hai. Ancient India, there's no end to it. But the problem with that is, with adding more content or a lot of content, is that you don't remember the basics. अगर वल्लभीज डायनेस्टी पे या यादव्स पे एक्सपर्टीज करने में 2 दिन लगा दिए और पेपर में गुप्ता भूल गया, that's a bad bet, because the probability of the Guptas being asked is going to be far greater, even if it's a difficult question. So master your basic areas, basic regions, or basic, you can say, aspects of different topics first. Do that multiple times. Any subject which has facts, that will require a lot of multiple readings for you to remember that. So do that. कि groundwork में at least you are good enough, you are comfortable, and that's going to give you the confidence to solve questions like this also. ठीक है? Okay. Going ahead. We'll see what happens in India after this. Now, by the observation or by a lot of scholars' standards, there is this one time period which they have set up, 750 AD, and this is marked as the beginning of medieval India. Okay, this is one time period. 750 AD, they say, is the starting of medieval India or early medieval history. But for our purpose, what we are going to do is we are going to cover a few more years beyond this, here in this section only. Some 250, 300 years we'll cover. Just so that once you start with, you can start with medieval history from the later medieval period, which will be very different from the developments which are happening, which starts with the coming of the Islamic rulers. So that distinction we are creating. And early medieval history, जो इस time period को बोल सकते हो आप, that we'll talk about here only. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. We are now at 750 AD, and the position in North India is revolving or developing around Kannauj. So 750, or in some locations you'll also find 800 to 1000. That kind of a zone is there, but this is a period of 200 years of history which is revolving around Kannauj. So Kannauj, I told you, was Harsha's capital, right? And even after Harsha is gone, Kannauj continues to hold a lot of prestige for all the strategic significance it had, like fertile land, trade routes, all those things were there. But other than that, because it was the last point where unified history was there or unified empire was there, this held a lot of prestige. There are three kingdoms now here. You have Gurjar Pratiharas, Rashtrakutas, and Palas. All three of them for 200 years are fighting over Kannauj. That's why you can see map pe overlap bhi hai. This overlap is indicating that in different points in this time period, different dynasties are getting control of Kannauj. Why they want to control Kannauj is because of the prestige it had. So anybody who would control Kannauj would like assert themselves to be the most superior most king or superior most dynasty in the Indian subcontinent, because this was Harsha's capital and Harsha had a large unified empire. So they keep fighting, and this long history of infighting also points to the fact that they say that because they were so busy, fighting amongst themselves, they were not prepared or they were not ready to face the attack which is going to happen from the foreign dynasties, the Turkish dynasties or any dynasties which are going to come after that, the Sultanate period which we are going to see. So their infighting, their quarrel, that made it easier for them to be attacked, क्योंकि वो आपस में ही busy हैं, आपस में ही weak होते जा रहे हैं. So बाहर से कोई आएगा उसको definitely they're going to get the advantage of that. In their own selves, they have significance. Palas are in the east. East mein, if we talk about the significance in terms of army, there are elephants. This we have mentioned earlier also. When we were talking about Magad, we said this was the advantage, one of the advantages which they had. And Palas are Buddhist rulers. So the region is the region of Bihar and Bengal. And Buddhism is the central tenet of this empire. They are very well connected with different parts, with Southeast Asia, with some parts of Central Asia also, and their linkages, which are very elaborate and very extensive, are based on this propagation of Buddhism. They're doing a great deal of work for that. They're setting up universities for Buddhist studies. They are giving grants. They are building structures. There are art forms which are developing in this region around Buddhism. So that becomes the central tenet for Palas. Then in the west, you have Gurjar Pratiharas. This is the dynasty which is going to be, you can say, a precursor to the Rajputs. After them, we'll have the various Rajput dynasties coming and ruling over this region. So we have the Solankis, we have the Chauhan rulers. They will be followers of Gurjar Pratiharas. And in terms of the advantage, like we said, army mein yahan pe elephant is the advantage. West mein we have horses. See, most of the horses which were coming to India during this time period, even before and after that also, they would be coming from Arabia, some parts. So western regions jo hain in transit, they always had better access or the main access to horses. So that became an advantage of the Pratiharas. Another point of significance for Pratiharas is that you can see Arabs being mentioned here. So Arabs have come up and they have settled or they have conquered this region of Sindh. But Pratiharas were successful in stopping them here. So Arabs obviously wanted to come in further, but Pratiharas were able to defeat them and you can say in a way seal this border. So the Arab rule did not extend beyond their territory. They were able to control this whole region. The Rashtrakutas, this is now central India and some parts of South India. They are starting as feudatories of Chalukyas. Chalukyan region, if you remember, इसी region में था, ठीक है? So from there, they are extending, they are becoming prominent. And for them, if we talk about the military structure, they have built very prominent forts. The topography of the land is suitable. So Rashtrakuta rulers, they have built a lot of forts, which becomes their advantage or which becomes their unique point in comparison to the three structures. Okay, we'll talk about these one by one and the names of the rulers again. Like I've told you, name of the ruler dynasty that we have to learn. So we'll talk about that correlation one by one. We'll be starting with the Palas. Okay. First, we'll write about their conflict. The conflict is called tripartite struggle around the Kannauj Triangle. The region is called Kannauj Triangle and their conflict of these three dynasties is called the tripartite struggle. Okay, let's write. For Harsha, Pallavas and Chalukyas, I told you year yaad rakhna hai 600. Yeah. 750 AD. Most scholars agree that 750 AD say we demarcate it, and the major development which is there at 750 AD is the Kannauj Triangle. Okay. So 750 AD onwards, they say early medieval period will start. Okay. So write down. My left eye is really flickering. Is it supposed to be a good sign or a bad sign? Good. Okay. Let's hope. Chalo. After the decline of Harsha's empire, a number of large states a number of large states arose in northern India and the Deccan region. There was a tripartite struggle. There was a tripartite struggle at the Kannauj Triangle. At the Kannauj Triangle between the Palas of the east, Pratiharas of the west, and Rashtrakutas of the Deccan. Kannauj was important as it was a seat of power. It was a seat of power and prestige since being the capital of Harsha. The presence of Ganga River also gives it access to water and fertile soil. It also has a strategic location along the trading routes. This struggle lasted for 2 centuries and made all three dynasties weaker in the long run. Now Palas. This is the name of the rulers. So Gopala is the founder. Then you have Dharampal, who has set up the Vikramshila University. These universities, they are for study of Buddhist studies. Palas mein Buddhism is the key. Then you have Devpal, and he is known for revival of the Nalanda University. So he has given some villages he has assigned to the Nalanda University. Along with that, grants given to Buddhist institutions, stupas, and development of a special art form also around the life of Buddha that has started. So you'll read about miniature art forms. It's more prominently known for Mughals, but much before the Mughals, the Balas are also doing it. And for them, it is around the Buddhist stories. Okay. So let's write about Balas. Again, rough timeline 750 AD. That is the time period you need to remember. Palas were the rulers of Eastern India, the rulers of Eastern India in parts of Bihar and Bengal. In parts of Bihar and Bengal. They were great supporters of Buddhism. They were great supporters of Buddhism. And they gave grants. They gave grants to various Buddhist institutions. They gave grants to various Buddhist institutions. Dharampal founded the Vikramshila University. Founded the Vikramshila University, which attracted students to Buddhist studies from all over India and even regions outside India. And even regions outside India. Devpal granted villages for the maintenance of the Nalanda University. This empire enjoyed good connections with Southeast Asia and these connections were based on trade and cultural exchange. Palas gave patronage Palas gave patronage to development of miniature paintings to development of miniature paintings the themes of these paintings the themes of these paintings was around the life of was around the life of Lord Buddha. The Pala army is known to have the largest number of elephants from amongst the three kingdoms. Amongst the three kingdoms. Okay, now Pratiharas of the west. So here you have Nagabhatta 1, Nagabhatta 2, and here the most important king is Mir Bhoja or Bhoja 1. This is a term which will be used, or this is a name which was then used by a lot of later Rajput rulers also. But he's the important one. For Nagabhatta 1, we know that he is the one who was able to control the Arabs at the western border. And Mihir Bhoja, though he comes much later, 836 AD, that's his time period. But his achievements or his stature is considered to be that of the greatest of the Pratihara kings. In terms of his own personal life, he gets the title or he takes the title of Adi Varaha, which is on this Varaha avatar of Lord Vishnu. So Varaha avatar is the boar avatar. And based on that, this is the title which Mir Bhoja has taken. Pratiharas ultimately, they were successful in holding Kannauj in the end, and they were the ones who were able to hold it for the longest period of time. That is one of their achievements. During this time period, we have a lot of Arab interaction. So there are different Arab travelers which are coming, which are visiting different kingdoms. So all these kingdoms have been described by the accounts of different Arab travelers. And in that specifically, Mihir Bhoja has been mentioned as a very great king or the greatest king. That kind of a description is there. Pratiharas also are significant for their architectural aspects, and the location here is Khajuraho. So structures in Khajuraho is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and they have inputs or they have the Pratihara style which is used in their architecture. Okay, so that is another point. Army में horses, that I have told you. So we'll write Pratiharas they ruled Western India. They ruled Western India and parts of Upper Ganga plains, parts of Upper Ganga plains, Nagbhatta 1 was able to successfully defend Western India from the invasion of the Arabs. The greatest Pratihara ruler was Mir Bhoja. He was able to recover Kannauj. He was a devotee of Lord Vishnu. And adopted the title Adivaraha after the Boar avatar Varaha of Lord Vishnu. The Pratihara army had the strongest cavalry. ठीक है. See, Pratiharas may be the later kings have names which have Pala in that. ठीक है. तो अगर Pala ruler है, unless and until you know the name, please don't blindly mark it as a Pala ruler. Pratiharas may also we have Mahipal, we have Mahendrapal. Such names are there. Okay. So don't do that generalization. I've put on some charts here which you can take from this PPT later. Okay. I'll just give you an overview and then you can later on add this from the PPT. The PPT would be available to you. But just for some aspects of administration. So this is the common point for Palas and Pratiharas. Some terms you already know. So they've used the word Bhukti or province. This should be province. Governor of the Bhukti is called Uparikas. Some of these terms we already have come across. So Uparika or the governor, his duty would be to maintain law and order, to collect land revenue. Then you have the next level of administration, which is the district or Vishya. The new word introduced here is Mandal. Vishya we had already done, Vishya or district, and then head of the district, Vishyapati. Same position, similar role to that of Uparika. But the new term here is Mandal. Mandal also same term, same meaning as Vishya, district. Then you have a smaller unit within the district, which is Patala. So this would be something like a block within a district, if you have to understand that in contemporary terms. Then we have Bhogpati or Samans, and these are the small chieftains who dominated the villages. For each of these dynasties, some terms, see, administrative pattern is similar. ठीक है, जो गुप्ता पीरियड से चला आ रहा है, that is the same pattern of administration that would continue. More so, if there are some changes which has happened in Harsha, they would be incorporating that, but otherwise nothing of significance. It's just that there are some terms which we've tried to pick up and incorporate, and you can learn them from here. We'll go to our next dynasty, which is Rashtrakutas. Rashtrakutas, now known for their forts. Time period again, you can see roughly 750 AD. Okay, that's their standing point. Then you have Krishna 1. Then you have Dhruv. Dhruv is important for one achievement, that he is the ruler who has defeated both Palas and Pratiharas. Okay, so he was able to win against both Palas and Pratiharas. Then you have Govinda 3 and Amogh Varsha. For this dynasty, the most important ruler is Amogh Varsha. And he has been again described by Arab traders. There are actually two traders, two famous Arabs. One is Suleiman and the other one is Al-Masudi. So both of them have come to India during this time period, and they have visited different regions and they have left accounts. So in their description, Amogh Varsha has been mentioned as the greatest ruler in the world. That is the kind of definition he got. And he was a practitioner of Jainism. And he was a very devoted Jain. And because of this, his comparison is also made with Ashoka. So they say he is the Ashoka of the south. Okay. He's written a book also on Kannada poetry, which is considered to be the first account of Kannada poetry. So we'll write about that also. Rashtrakuta, as such, the term Rashtra is the region, the territory, and the king or the chief of the Rashtra would be called Rashtrakuta. So that's the literal meaning of the term. Their history starts with them being feudal lords under Chalukyas, and from there they go on to become more prominent than the Chalukyas, capturing central India and parts of South India. Strategic point, creation of forts. Of course, architecture for each of these dynasties, any achievement in that front that you obviously would be learning. So for them, you have structures at Ellora. Ellora again, Ellora Caves, World Heritage Site. So there we have a Kailashnath temple which has been built by the Rashtrakutas. Okay? Okay, let's write. Rashtrakutas started as feudatories of Chalukyas, and then went on to establish their empire in the Deccan region. went on to establish their empire in the Deccan region. The chief of the Rashtra is the literal meaning of the term Rashtrakutas. The chief of the Rashtra is the literal meaning of the term Rashtrakutas. They are known for building of large number of forts. Known for building of large number of forts. Then Amogh Varsha. The most important Rashtrakuta ruler is Amogh Varsha. The most important Rashtrakuta ruler is Amogh Varsha, who has been mentioned by Arab scholars as the greatest king, one of the greatest. So they had mentioned 4 kings in the world. So one of the greatest kings in the world. One of the greatest kings in the world. He was a follower of Jainism. And was converted by a Jain monk Jina Sena. He died practicing Sallekha. He is also called Ashoka of the South. He wrote the first Kannada book on poetry called Kaviraj Mark. He wrote the first Kannada book on poetry called Kaviraj Mark. Yeah, because we learned writing Hindi words from Britishers. So every time we have to put A everywhere. But if you speak, like I don't speak very correctly, like I would say Ashoka, right? But if you have to talk about this in your interview, maybe if you can take the Hindi or the Indian pronunciation, that would definitely give you some advantage, I believe. Okay. So administration of Rashtrakuta, again, this table points out some things. So First of all, the province here, the term for province is Rashtra. And Rashya or Vishya Bhukti, that is the term they've used. Then the head of the Rashtra is now Rashtrapati, and this is the same position, just like Uparika was there. So similar position. Then you have this village as the smallest unit, and village headman has the help of village elders called Gram Mahajans or Gram Mahatras. Then there are village committees. See, this is a culture which is, or this is a practice which is developing in southern India. Starting from Rashtrakutas, even after this, we see that the village administration is becoming very autonomous. The concept which we use today in present day India of local self-governance, that is developing here in South India, where the village has its own administrative structure for doing different purposes. Like here they've mentioned setting up of committees for different operations, like how to run schools, how to run the irrigation practices, how to work the temples. For that they will have their own small committees to do that, which meant that there is a system of self-governance which is developing in these villages. And this was a special, unique feature which is developing here. Then law and order ke liye we have Kotwal or Koshtpal. This is also a term I feel you will be familiar. Kotwal, right? Kotwal for law and order. And then you have Nad Gavundas and Desh Gramkutas, who are the hereditary revenue officers. Again, some terms you can add and remember. We'll go to our last dynasty, the last part. And because this is our last class, I will have to take a little bit of extra time from you because we have to finish this. This is the Cholas. Now for Cholas, we've come across one Cholas earlier also, right? Sangam period. After the Sangam period, this is the second point of prominence which they have risen to, and this time they are much more elaborate, much more successful, and we are calling them the Imperial Cholas. Imperial because their extent or their rule is now beyond the Indian territory. See, there is an understanding about Cholas that they are the longest reigning dynasty in the world. If you actually count from 3rd century BC to this time period, this is now after the Kanauj period. So somewhere around 850, that is the timeline for Cholas. So in that sense, what happens is that, of course, there is a period in between after 3rd century AD that they are not prominent rulers anywhere, but still there is this idea that in the intermediate period also, they have continued in some places at feudatories. Like here, when they have risen from being feudatories under the Pallavas. So before that also our understanding is that they must have continued controlling some smaller regions, and now they have risen to power again. So in that sense, we can talk about 3 distinct phases. One is the Sangam phase of the Cholas. Then there is an intermediate phase where there is no prominent evidence of Cholas, but we believe they have continued in some regions. And then again coming to prominence in 850 as Imperial Cholas. The region which they will be ruling would be the same. If you remember, for Cholas, we had mentioned that they are controlling the region around Kaveri. Okay? So that's the place where they'll be starting again. the starting point, and that's from where they will expand. Now, what has happened is with the achievements of trade, which was going on during, say, the Sangam period, and even after that, this region, this Kerala region, which was the Cheda region, this was very, very prosperous. Because when trade is happening from the western side, so first access would be to this region. If you remember, in that trade, Arab traders were very significant connection with that trade with Rome. Do you remember that? We spoke about trade with Rome during the Sangam period. Yes? No? Okay. So, a lot of Arab traders, they actually settled down around the west coast also, which kind of gave a slight advantage to the western region. So, ये जो Cheda region था, and even if we talk about parts of Sri Lanka, these were the two regions which were most prosperous or most successful. So, when Cholas start expanding, these are the first territories they try to acquire. That, okay, this is prosperous, this is economically relevant region, तो पहले इसको capture किया, ठीक है? So, they take control of this whole region. They go to Sri Lanka also, they capture that also, and then they try to expand further. They go to northern India also. They're able to reach till the Ganga plains. They were able to have some influence here. And then they try to expand in Northeast Asia. This interaction is now not pure trade-based interaction, but they had political influence over these regions. That is the big point about Chola achievement, and that is how we are calling them imperial Cholas. The concept of imperialism is this, that you are controlling territories beyond your own region. And the advantage of this, capturing this whole region, was that any trade which would be happening here till China would be controlled by the Cholas. So they were very, very successful. They developed a very efficient navy. Their shipping was most advanced. And this whole region, this is the Bay of Bengal, right? So Bay of Bengal ke region mein, they were so prominent that it was like a lake. The Bay of Bengal started being referred to as the Chola Lake because of how prominent and successful they were. In a lot of these regions, even today, we see a lot of temples, a lot of Hindu practices being followed, and that is also accounted with the interaction of the Cholas. Okay. For their success, for their economic prosperity, which was very, very extensive, it is also reflected in the developments which they did back here in this region, Tamil Nadu region most prominently. So the biggest thing which South Indian temples are doing, South Indian kingdoms are doing, is setting up of temples. And Chola temples are the grandest of all temples seen anywhere. Their craftsmanship, their size, their grandeur, everything is exceptional. And not just that, they have developments in art forms, they have sculptures, they have paintings, they have put in a lot of money and resources in developing all these things. So this time period of the Cholas, we point to this as the highest peak of southern Indian history. This is the high point, or you can say this is the climax of all the achievements which would be happening in South India. In terms of, even if we talk about one particular development, like if we only talk about temples, so temples also we'll say this is the climax, or this is the high point of Dravida style of temple architecture. And in economic prosperity, in the kind of influence they have, in the kind of trade interactions, in the kind of, say, money and gold which they acquired, for everything, this is the most successful time period for South Indian history. Okay. There are two rulers here, most important. One is Raja Raja 1. So Raja Raja 1 will start off, he will extend his rule over parts of like that Cheda territory, Sri Lanka, like that. And then his son Rajendra 1 will come and he will extend beyond the Indian territory, go and exhibit his influence over the Southeast Asia. There is one new capital which is coming in. This is under Rajendra I, and the name is Gangaikonda Cholapuram. So, what is the significance of this location? Rajendra I has gone northwards. He has fought a war around river Ganga, and he was successful. So, when he comes back, he sets up this new city of Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Now, the significant point to remember is नाम में गंगा है, it is not around Ganga. This would be again around that region of Kaveri river only. Okay, this is where built on the banks of Kaveri river. But what has happened is that because the victory was observed around the river Ganga, so that's how it has got its name. And Tanjore was the original capital. So most of their temples or their structures, they are around these two places, Tanjore and Gangaikonda Cholapuram. There is a Brihadeshwar temple, again UNESCO World Heritage Site. There are two of these temples, one in Tanjore, one in Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Okay? We'll write about them. Imperial Cholas. Time period you can see now here. 1150 to 1279. 850 AD. The Cholas ruled from Tanjore. The Cholas ruled from Tanjore and brought a large part, yes, Tanjore was the original capital from which they start, Tanjore or Tanjavur, and brought under their control large part of peninsular India. Raja Raja I destroyed the Cheras, and conquered Sri Lanka and Maldives. His son Rajendra I fought extensive campaigns over land and sea, and extended the extended the influence of Cholas extended the influence of Cholas over Southeast Asia. Over Southeast Asia. After his victory across the Ganga River, after his victory across the Ganga River, he came back and set up a new capital called Gangaikonda Cholapuram. A new capital called Gangaikonda Cholapuram in the Kaveri region. In the Kaveri region. The naval campaigns of the Cholas and their control of trade led to the Bay of Bengal being called as the Chola Lakes. The Bay of Bengal being called as the Chola Lake. The Cholas patronized different art forms, development of literature, and built large-scale elaborate temples. Large-scale elaborate temples. It is with their achievements that this period marks the climax of South Indian history. Marks the climax of South Indian history. Okay. Now I've compiled some more terms, which, because we have no time now, I would recommend that you take it from the PPT. I'll still just go through it. Some of these terms we already know. So land division, here you have Velanvagai, the land of non-Brahmin peasants. Then you are already familiar with these two words, Brahmadaya, land donated to Brahmins, and Devdan, the land gifted for the support of temples. Okay, these two terms you are already familiar with. Then you have Shala Bhog. Shala Bhog is the land for maintenance of the schools. And this you can remember from Pathshala. Shala se Shala Bhog for schools. Then you also have one specific kind of land donations which are given to Jain institution. So this is Palichanandam, which would be for development of different kinds of Jain institutions. The next aspect again here is of Chola administration, and some other terms are here. So this part is important. See here how the various administrative units are arranged. So you have Mandalam, the province. This term we came across earlier also. So pehle province, then division, then district, then village. Village we know is the smallest unit, so smallest political unit, and here also we see that idea of local self-governance or decentralization in villages. The villages have their own committees, they are managing their own administration, and the village here is called Kurram. Then Nadu is the district, and after district or a few districts together will join and we'll have Valanadu, and which is the division, and then the province. It's misspelled, but this is supposed to be the province. Okay, these are the various divisions. For the terms here, you have Ur, which is the general assembly of the village. Then you have the term Sabha for gathering of adult men in Brahman villages. And this term we had used earlier also, Agrahara. So Agrahara was the term which we used for places or villages of Brahmins. When we studied Brahmadeya and Devdan, there this term Agrahara was also there, which was for villages of Brahmins. So in those villages, the gathering of men, that is called Sabha. Then you have Puravuva Netik Nayak, Revenue Department, and then one term is there for record of land rights and taxes. We have questions sometimes on terms, so the more number of terms we can remember, the better it is. But this part is very basic, this we must know. This is the end with one more question, which now you are going to solve. This is based on the dynasties which we have studied here. Again, if you use the options, you will be able to solve this question. The options, the terms, UPSC tries to help you a lot. You just have to be smart enough to get that. So I am getting two answers here online, A and B. Okay, one C also I've got. C, okay. All right. So we'll learn how we can solve such a question. ठीक है, बिना डरे बिना घबराए, ठीक है. So the question is asking you about the correct chronological order of these dynasties. See, for UPSC pattern, please remember this. They are not asking years. Okay, they have not asked years anywhere. They are not asking you 742 AD में क्या हुआ था. That kind of question is not there. But because this is history, chronology, I keep telling you every time, is very important. So sequence you should know. That is the idea. So sequence they will ask also. They keep asking. So let's see. Rise of Pratiharas under King Bhoja. Establishment of Pallavas under Mahendravarman I. Establishment of Chola under Parantaka I. And Pala dynasty founded by Gopala. So first assumption we'll make is, we don't know which Chola is this. Okay? We don't know if this is Sangam Chola or Imperial Chola. So this third option we'll leave for now. Baki kaun sa dynasty hai? We have Pratiharas, Pallavas and Palas. Okay? So this we know, Palas and Pratiharas are contemporaries. What is their time period? 750 AD. ठीक है. What is the time period of Pallavas? Before or after this? Before. ठीक है. 600 AD is the time period. Harsha, Pallava, Chalukyas, they are contemporaries in that sense. And Palas, Pratiharas and Rashtrakutas, they are contemporaries which have come later on. 750 AD. Pallavas, Chalukyas, Harshas, post-Gupta age, that is 600 AD. So, with that we conclude that 2 has to come before 4 and 1. 4 and 1 we'll see what needs to be done. But itna, this is a very simple observation. This everybody should be able to reach. Now options. Which options satisfy this condition? 2, 1, 4, this is fine. In this 2 is in the end. This cannot be correct. C, 2, 4, 1, this is fine. And D also 2, 4 and 1. ये भी नहीं होगा. 50% of your problem is solved and the problem of Cholas is also automatically solved. वैसे when you are going to open your book, this name is going to be the first one which will come when you read about Imperial Cholas. ठीक है? So it will not be a problem, but even if you don't know it, for this question, that's not their concern. They put Cholas in the end, that means we know this is now Imperial Cholas. ठीक है? Now the question is 4 या 1. ठीक है? 2 is going to be the starting point, but is it going to be 1, 4 or 4, 1? See, they could have directly just given you dynasty and king. ठीक है? They could have given Pratihara, King Bhoja, Pallava, Mahendravarman I. ऐसे भी दे सकते थे. But if you think about it, that's not how they have given. They have used special terms in each of these sentences. And that is supposed to point you towards your answer. कैसे? This is says, rise of Pratiharas under King Bhoja. And the fourth point says, Pala dynasty founded by Gopala. Now, if you know this, that they are contemporaries, they are both starting from 750 AD, so you can conclude from here कि founding वाला काम पहले हुआ होगा, rise वाला बाद में हुआ होगा. Even if you don't specifically know that Mihir Bhoja has come after somewhere around 850 AD, okay, even if you can't point exactly towards that, there is a reason why they have written it like that. They could have given it without that also. But the question is created for you to identify that these dynasties are contemporary dynasties and they are coming across at the same time. So founding has to come first, then the rise. So that means we need 4 first, then 1. Which brings us to our answer 2, 4, 1 and 3. ठीक है? C is the correct answer here. Now, just a last point which I want to bring up in terms of the whole preparation of this subject or what you can do. Just 2 minutes more I'll take. First thing here, whatever we have done in these 6 classes, this is the most basic aspect. इसमें कोई rationing नहीं करनी है खुद से, इसमें कोई tempering नहीं करनी है. It's already very basic, you have to know it. Every name, every dynasty, everything which we have done, that you should know. After you have revised this, try to remember the chronology. The first aspect which you will remember, you can try that out also on your own, maybe after you revised all the classes, कि पहले तो sequence में ये सीखना है कि हो क्या रहा है, ठीक है? Stone Age, Indus Valley Civilization, Vedic Age. First learn this basic, okay? Then Mauryans, Post-Mauryans, Guptas, like that. First, identify that. You should be thorough with that. Ki, okay, this is the pattern in which it has happened. Even if you don't remember the specific years, you should know sequence. You should know if somebody mentions the Shung dynasty, that it has come before the Pushyabhuti dynasty. Okay? That kind of a confusion you should not have. That is very important to be the starting point of the subject. Once you have done this, of course, there is a lot of scope of expanding content in this subject. And because it can be a very extensive subject, you have to be very smart about how much time you are putting in. Okay? Prelims type ka question, 2 questions, 3, maybe 4 in a very special year for ancient India, but that's it. Okay? Uske beyond nahi. Mains may be a question. And that mains ka question, usually if it is there, it will be a correlation with some aspects of culture. Or there can be a general question जो ancient medieval को दोनों को add करके पूछा जा सकता है. Like there was a question which they asked in mains, which was on foreign travelers, right? Foreign travelers which have visited India during different dynasty, what is their significance? So that would include everything from ancient India to medieval Indian period. ठीक है, सारे travelers लिखने हैं. उस type का question भी आ सकता है. But again, because there is limitation, तो time भी आपको smartly put on करना है. Let's just go through the sources one more time. One book which I told you, old NCERT, class 6th, Romila Thapar. Okay, this I think all of you must read. It's a simple book. You might not need to go through this again and again, but one reading, because notes which you write in the class, they are concised, and it's easier to remember things which when you read them in a more elaborative story kind of pattern. The last topics which we have done, that's not there in class 6th ka book. So Romila Thapar kai, there is a class 7th book also which will have all these things. This Cholas and Rashtrakutas, ye medieval ka book hai. So that also you can add 2-3 chapters from here. After you have done this exercise, go and look for the questions. Is subject mein the biggest asset is the more number of questions you solve, the better you will get as in terms of diversity of content without having to go through many books. So do that exercise. When you read medieval and art and culture, you will be able to get a better idea about those previous year's questions. But they are a gold mine in this subject. 10 years ke kar lo, 15 years ke kar lo, koi current affairs nahi hai, koi updation nahi hai, they will all be helpful. But don't miss out on that. Even if you are missing out on any extra book or anything, don't miss out on the questions. That is very, very important. Once you have done that, identify karo what are the topics which are asked more. Like you will be able to come across ki Indus Valley Civilization se more questions are coming. Vedic Age se more questions are coming. Okay, Mauryans, maybe a little less questions are coming. So accordingly, identify the areas, and then there are a few more books which you can add. Old NCRT mein hi, you have this book, R.S. Sharma, ठीक है? This is class 11th ka book. This is a thick book. You can read this selectively. Now there is a new publication also which has come up under this, but वो और ज़्यादा मोटी है. So ideally, if you can read the NCRT version, that's going to be a little simpler for you to read. Read this for selective topics. Or, okay? These are all or, optional, based on what you like. Then this would be the new NCRT, class 12th, themes in Indian history. This is also a good book, but it's not exactly given in chronology, themes in Indian history 1. So this actually talks about everything in one chapter. Like if it will mention caste system, तो caste system पूरा जो है, from starting from Vedic age to what is happening in Satavahanas, it will mention in one chapter. तो पहले आपको chronology खुद को पता होनी चाहिए, then start with this book. Okay, otherwise you will get very confused. So terms के लिए this is very helpful. You can use this, you can use this. There is a Tamil Nadu NCRT also. If you want to, if you like that, that's more simpler. You can use that also additionally. But I'll personally recommend कि ये एक बार ज़रूर पढ़ना. Then go to the next advanced book where in specific topics where it is needed. Beyond this, please don't complicate your strategy. This will not lead to marks. Marxism is the main ideology. You have to get marks, and everything you do, it has to be for those marks. That is it. Okay. I would like to share my email ID also, just in case. So this is jasmine.lakshya@gmail.com. So that will be all. Thank you for your extended patience today, and all the best.